सरजमीन शादाब ईश्वरे हसीन शादाब तू निशाने अस्मे आली शान से पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शादाब सरजमीन का निज़ाम कुव्वते अवाम कौम मुल्क सल्तनत पायंदा जिंदाबाद शादाब मंजिले मुराद परचमे सितारा वो हिलाल रहबरे तरक्कियों का तर्जुमाने बाज़ी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल साये खुदाए ज़ुल्जलाल पाक सरज़मीन शादाब ईश्वरे हसीन सरजमीन शादाब ईश्वरे हसीन शादाब तू निशाने
request the worthy guests to please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. My name is Sangaijad and on behalf of Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, I welcome you to the International Seminar on Global Strategic Threat and Response, GSTAR 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, CAT is an Islamabad-based think tank which provides independent insight and analysis on aerospace and international security issues of both immediate and long-term concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, the Institute also provides a comprehensive and unique perspective for global thinkers, policymakers, academics through a diverse range of different research outputs. Ladies and gentlemen, GSTAR 2020 is a two-day international seminar comprising 2 sessions each day, elaborating on following 4 diverse domains starting from global strategic review, emergent technologies debate, the changing nature of future warfare, to note the following. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to rise on the arrival and departure of the Chief Guest, President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi. You are also requested to rise once the national anthem is played. May I please request you to put your mobile phones on silent mode? May I also apprise you that GSTAR 2020 seminar is also live streaming on CAS YouTube channel. Questions would also be entertained from YouTube and Twitter forums. For the follow-up of this session and your convenience, you are requested to download GSTAR app on your Android and iPhone softwares. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming over to our first session of the seminar, I would highlight the sequential proceedings as it is slightly different from the rest of the sessions of the seminar. Our distinguished speakers would present their insights on respective topics for 15 minutes each. The question and answer session would be commenced after the address of our chief guest, President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi. Ladies and gentlemen, each session would be followed by the presentation of the souvenirs and group photograph of the speakers. Lunch has also been arranged for the guests at the end of the first session. Thank you. Abdullah. May I please request the audience at the back to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi. Ladies and gentlemen, National Anthem.
सरजमीन शादाब ईश्वरे हसीन शादाब तू निशाने हस्बे आली शान से पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शादाब सरजमीन का सितारा वो हिला रहबरे तरक्कियों का तर्जुमाने बाजी शाने हाल जाने इस्तकबाल साये खुदाए
We will begin the proceedings with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وجاهدوا في الله حق جهاده هو اجتباكم وما جعل عليكم في الدين من حرج ملة أبيكم إبراهيم هو سماكم المسلمين من قبل وفي هذا ليكون الرسول ليكون الرسول شهيدا عليكم وتكونوا شهداء على الناس فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة واعتصموا بالله هو مولاكم فنعم المولى ونعم النصير صدق الله العظيم.
For his welcome address, may I please request President CAS, Air Chief Marshal Kaleem Saadat, former Air Chief of Pakistan Air Force, to take the rostrum, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency, President, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Dr. Arif Alvi, Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Mujahid Anwar Khan, former Air Force Chiefs, Ambassador Cameron Munter, Ambassador Inamul Haq, Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani, and Air Chief Marshal Brian Burridge. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome you to this conference. This is the first international conference hosted by the Center of Aerospace and Security Studies, or CAS for short. Our think tank was established only 15 months ago, a relatively recent addition to the think tank community in Rawalpindi, Islamabad area. As the name suggests, we are interestedly engaged with aerospace and national security matters. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is an attempt to identify issues in the field of aerospace, technology, and broader security matters and indicate possible ways forward given the global strategic context. The details of the 4 sessions, subjects and speakers have been given to you in the brochure that you have. I believe it has also been projected on the screen before we started. Ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky to have experts who have traveled long distances to participate in this event. We are grateful to them for their gracious presence and participation. Those who couldn't come, we will miss them. At the outset, let's take a stock of the global and regional order. It is evident that the world appears different to different people. For example, the world is a very good place according to the richest 1% of the global population. Not so from the perspective of the remainder 99%. When we look at the global security and development outlook, these are indeed the best of times and the worst of times. On one hand, we are witnessing marvels of science in the form of groundbreaking research and innovations in the fields of health, industry, space, exploration, and other emerging technologies. According to a renowned Swedish academic, Max Rosling, every day, 200,000 people are lifted above the $2 a day poverty line. Every day, 300,000 people get access to electricity and clean water for the first time. Life expectancy continues to rise. Child mortality continues to fall. Fertility rates are falling. GDP growth rates continue to rise in the developing world. More people live in democracies. Great power military conflicts are on the decline. But on the other hand, we are on the verge of sixth mass extinction due to accelerated climate change impact. Coronavirus is a recent threat to the world at large, and nobody knows yet how to tackle it. The destructive potential of current global arms buildup is such that we may see a sudden disruption of the world order caused by an accidental and unanticipated war. The destructive potential of new scientific developments is unleashing new risks to humankind. This is happening in parallel to a persistent erosion of the rule-based system. The unilateral and whimsical actions of the major powers to advance their national narrow security agendas are not only eroding the power of the global institutions, but they are also giving way to an anarchic world. Global governance systems are not keeping up with growing interdependencies. Economic coercion is increasingly being used to attain political ends. Political power is increasingly becoming self-serving, gained through financial power, used for financial gain. The big multinationals are becoming more powerful than states. Some thinkers claim that we are heading towards a global tyranny of the rich. There are also problems of the global resource depletion and global inequalities of living standards. It is said that data is the new oil, of which countries like Pakistan have enough, but they have not been able to collect, archive, retrieve when required, and exploit it. Old oil needed industrial capacity for pumping, refining, and transportation, while data exploitation requires vision, foresight, intellect, ingenuity, creativity, in addition to administrative ability. An abundance of data needs artificial intelligence for making use of it. That enabler has not yet arrived in most developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a strong connection between the global order and its impact on regional security in this age of globalization. This relationship can be positive as well as negative. History remains witness that whenever the great powers got together for a coordinated effort, they helped in bolstering regional security. For example, the Dayton Peace Agreement for the former Yugoslavia in 1995, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Force Treaty between the United States and the former Soviet Union in 1987, Budapest Memorandum of 1994 leading to nuclear disarmament of Ukraine, and the most recent was the successful conclusion of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran that averted the risk of war in Middle East. All these agreements contributed to regional peace, but the recent trends are largely negative as the international order is undergoing a transition. That transition, for the most part, is on a downward trajectory. Many of the long-preserved security agreements are falling apart. The INF Treaty is already dead, and there is hardly any hope for the renewal of New START Treaty between the United States and Russia. The JCPOA has virtually perished after US withdrawal from the agreement and return of sanctions on Iran. A new arms race in conventional as well as the nuclear domain has already begun. Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and Libya are still searching for stability. Today, an added element of risk is the development of new disruptive technologies. The developments in the fields of artificial intelligence, robotics, new materials, information and space technologies, as well as the cyberspace, are going to change the conduct and theaters of war. This would transform the contemporary concepts of warfare, where conventional forces, as we see them today, may even go out of business in future. But the world is not yet ready to adapt to these new realities. With these new realities, while these new realities are fast emerging, there is literally no consensus on developing new rules to govern them or preserve and upgrade the existing ones. The global powers are busy accumulating more power with more destructive abilities and paying no attention to developing new laws and codes of conduct to control this new and multidimensional arms race. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest divide to afflict the developing world is the technology divide. Lack of tech capability combined with vulnerabilities created by the same have increased the insecurities. Nothing happens without information and computer technology, and yet these systems can have Trojans and spyware installed in them, which instead of making work more efficient, makes it more fragile and vulnerable. During this seminar, we are going to touch upon these issues at length. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has not been secure or stable for more than 70 years of its existence. Perennial hostility from India was a consequence of the hurt that it perceived from the event of the partition of the subcontinent in 1947. History is witness that Muslims, under the leadership of Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, wanted to remain within United India, provided their political and civic rights were guaranteed. Since the same were not, demand for Pakistan was made, and the subsequent peaceful political struggle resulted in its creation. Pakistan is an important player in the global political and security stage, but its regional security environment is anything but stable. The British left the Kashmir dispute as their legacy, and that has bedeviled the relations between India and Pakistan to this day. The current state of relations with India is at its worst, with no hope for stability, as the ruling BJP, primed with Hindutva ideology, is thriving on its anti-Pakistan agenda and continues to radicalize its masses with incessant warmongering. It is alarming to see that even a simple state election campaign in India is run by promising vengeance on Pakistan. This is unprecedented and highly egregious. The world must take note of this deteriorating Indian democracy as well as the risks it may pose to the region and the world at large. The Indian government's continuous human rights violations in Kashmir after the unlawful abrogation of Article 370 of the Indian Constitution against the will of the Kashmiri people are adding to the regional instability. Today, Kashmir is under siege for almost 7 months with risk of an impending genocide. It's a ticking time bomb, and Pakistan has time and again warned the world of growing tensions and its potential spillover effects. Any reaction by the local Kashmiris may be used as a pretext by the Indian government to initiate a war that may expand both vertically and horizontally. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just marked the first anniversary of Balakot crisis on February 27th, where India and Pakistan, the two nuclear-armed states, engaged in an aerial dogfight. The air skirmish resulted in shooting down of Indian aircraft by the Pakistan Air Force, which proved its prowess and successfully maintained deterrence by stopping unprovoked Indian aggression. The PF responded with responsibility and restraint and maintained air superiority despite India's numerical strength. India's attempt to create a new normal were defeated with Pakistan's quid pro quo plus response. Through its restrained yet firm response, Pakistan conveyed that it stood ready to respond to any aggression from the Indian side. At the same time, it expressed its willingness to engage peacefully and highlighted that war was no solution and every problem eventually would have to be resolved at the table. Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of Pakistan's location at the crossroads of three strategically important regions of the world, South, Central, and West Asia, cannot be understated. In recent months, the significance was well acknowledged as Pakistan was instrumental in facilitating the Afghan peace process and helped to avert an impending crisis in the Middle East by playing a mediator's role between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Previously, Pakistan had always sided with the West, whether it was CENTO, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, or Operation Enduring Freedom. In addition, it has sheltered between 2 to 4 million Afghan refugees since 1979, while also consistently contributing troops to UN peacekeeping missions in Europe and Africa. Pakistan has been doing this for 60 years, having sent 200,000 troops to 46 missions in 28 countries. During this activity, 157 Pakistani soldiers, including 24 officers, were martyred. However, the world has not recognized Pakistan's efforts and sacrifices during this considerable and continued security cooperation. Pakistan did get aid and loans in the process, but lost its sovereignty without gaining security or stability. It continued to oscillate between the status of a major non-NATO ally and a pariah, depending upon the discretion of the West. In the past 2 decades, Pakistan has endured grave security challenges as a result of the war on terror, be it growing terrorist attacks inside the country, killing thousands of civilians and members of security forces, or the troubled relationship with the eastern as well as the western neighbors. This war took its toll on the country's economy, and losses were in hundreds of billions of dollars as a direct and indirect cost of war. People of Pakistan have remained persistent and resilient even in the gravest of situations. Despite these sacrifices, the West kept demanding from Pakistan to do more. This led to mistrust and an adverse effect on mutual relations. The good news, however, is that despite incessant challenges, the country has rebounded. While the governance challenges and economic woes are still persisting, the overall security dynamics have changed dramatically for the better. We eagerly look forward to a stable and predictable future for Pakistan and the region. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that it's about time that the world also gave Pakistan its due recognition and saw its potential beyond a narrow security state prism. A balance needs to be created between how the West treats Pakistan and India in terms of trade and release of technology. An apparent military imbalance in South Asia is likely to aggravate the instability of the region. If the past is any guide, anytime India has had any kind of edge over Pakistan, it indulges in chest thumping and saber rattling. We saw that in May 1998 and February 2019. The world needs to understand this clearly. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my remarks, and I look forward to productive discussions today and tomorrow. I want to thank His Excellency President Arif Alvi for gracing the occasions, and also for you gentlemen for sparing your time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moderation of the first session of the seminar would be conducted by Air Marshal Wasimuddin. Air Marshal Wasimuddin was commissioned as a fighter pilot in October 1997 in Pakistan Air Force. During his 4 decades of distinguished career, he held various important command and staff assignments. Ladies and gentlemen, at senior staff assignments, the Air Marshal served as Director General Air Force Strategic Command, Air Officer Commanding Air Defense Command, Deputy Chief of Air Staff Administration, and Deputy Chief of Air Staff Operations. He is a graduate of Combat Commanders School, Turkish Armed Forces War College, and Royal College of Defence Studies, United Kingdom. He holds a master's degree in international relations from King's College, United Kingdom. Presently, he is working as Director, National Security and Policy at Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, CAS. I now hand over the proceedings to the Air Marshal Waseemuddin.
Thank you very much, Kalba. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session, titled The Global Strategic Review, is basically designed to set the context for this two-day conference. The speakers in this session will give their perspectives about the fast-changing international politics and global security environment, where the nature of warfare, type of threats, and tools of power projection are changing. In this era, while the rapidly evolving new technologies are greatly impacting the basic character of conflict and warfare, hybrid warfare is emerging as a preferred means to achieve geopolitical objectives, and the use of geoeconomics to coerce and achieve geopolitical ascendancy is becoming a popular ploy in international politics. Though principally states remain the main actors in the world politics, but the emergence of non-state actors equipped with sophisticated tools have added another dimension in the international security matrix. In today's world, societies are becoming increasingly polarized on religious, ethnic, and sectarian grounds. The global security environment is being altered rapidly by the re-emergence of strategic competition between the global powers. Even a cursory look at the global politics reveals that the international security environment in almost all regions of the world is in flux, South Asia being no exception. Though our distinguished panelists will highlight the dynamics of regional and global security environment, it is clear that most significant factors which have had a powerful influence on the regional stability in South Asia is the interplay of world politics in the region and the hegemonic aspirations of our eastern neighbor. These, coupled with the regional geostrategic peculiarities and compulsions, have made the strategic environment rather complex. Though the recent events in Afghanistan are likely to have a positive effect on the strategic stability in South Asia, the challenges emanating from such a complex situation are indeed serious and need to be understood. And this is what we aim to achieve from the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists for this session are Ambassador Kamran Mantar, Ambassador Namul Haq, and Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani. The first speaker of the session is Ambassador Kamran Mantar, who will give his perspective on emerging new world order. Ambassador, a well-known figure in Pakistan, is a diplomat, academic, and an executive. He was US Ambassador to Pakistan from year 2010 to 2012 and to Serbia from 2007 to 2009. He served twice in Iraq. In his 3 decades-long career as a diplomat, he also served as NSC Director in Clinton and Bush White Houses and served overseas in Warsaw, Prague, and Bonn. After retirement from the diplomatic service, he taught at Columbia Law School and Pomona College. He then became President and CEO of East West Institute in New York. He held the post till 2019. Mr. Mantar holds a PhD in history from Johns Hopkins. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the American Academy of Diplomacy. May I invite Ambassador Mantar to express his views on the subject, please.
Thank you very much. And it's a daunting task to be the first official speaker of substance here. And I hope that what we will do this morning is give a very broad, I and my colleagues, that we'll give a very broad sense of where the context of our decisions are going to be made, so that the people who really know something, the people who will speak in the later sessions, can fill in that gap. So, Mr. President, Mr. Mujahid Anwar Khan, Mr. Kalim Sadat, all of my colleagues and friends, thank you for this opportunity. What I want to talk about is the sense from an outsider who is a friend of Pakistan on what the greatest global strategic threat to Pakistan is and where that fits in an emerging world order. And a theme that I will say is the greatest threat is within Pakistan. The greatest threat is the structure, the strength of the Pakistani society, politics, and economy, without reform in which Pakistan will face a very difficult and a very unsettled future without the strength to cope. I quote my friend David Petraeus, who said the same thing when asked, what is the greatest threat to American security, he was asked, and he said, Washington. And I'll return to this in my comments, but the focus I mean here is that domestic issues in Pakistan are the key, in my mind, to your ability to deal with this emerging world order. Now the context here, the context of the emerging world order is that you are seeing the decline of the US-centered rules-based system. This is something, interestingly enough, that coincides with the exact history of the state of Pakistan. It was created in the late 1940s, just as Pakistan was created from the partition at that time. And what has happened is the people of our generation, those of us with white hair, this is the world we understand. This is the world we have assumed, and we don't have anything to compare it with, even though there have been twists and turns along the road of the history of the last 70 years. We don't have the sense that some people call a tragic sensibility of what happens if we don't have this structure. So the main thing to keep in mind about the global order that is changing is, as Mr. Gramsci would put it, the old world seems to be fading, but the new world has not yet taken shape. There is a gap at this time, and this is a gap that is not only a challenge, but it is an opportunity. And what I would like to stress to you is that we should watch out that we not focus too much on the form of this new world, this post-US based rules system, but on the content. By that I mean, we can talk about the decline of the power or the challenges to the World Trade Organization. We can talk about the difficulty in running the United Nations, an institution based many times on the end of Western values, the International Declaration of Human Rights, the structure of the UN Security Council, as we talk about the structure of these institutions. For Americans to talk about NATO, to talk about alliances with Japan and Korea and Australia, for people around the world to look at this structure, you can lose sight of what the content is that the structure is supposed to lead. So as we talk about emerging world order, yes, we can talk about the change in the Westphalian state system, that which began in 1648, where states were the units of diplomatic thought. We can rearrange those particular chess pieces, but I would urge you to think of the problems that those chess pieces are set up to play with. There are three main problems that we must deal with. Those three, far and beyond any things that have to do with traditional statecraft, are climate change, the technological revolution, including biotech, and the domestic problems of governance, including identity politics, the politics of the future of a liberal system. There are very few countries in the world that don't call themselves a democracy, and the crises for these orders. In other words, they are splendidly vague, they are splendidly difficult, but we are kidding ourselves if we talk about the post-American order and begin to talk about its component parts, if the new order that we create does not take into account climate change, if it doesn't take into account biotech and other technological changes, and if it doesn't take into account the way people govern themselves. When I was ambassador in Pakistan, I sent a weekly cable to my boss, Hillary Clinton. And as those of you who were here remember, I had plenty to write about during the time I was here. We had plenty of problems. But my last cable that I wrote predicted that there may be, at some point in the future, a war between India and Pakistan. And I said, if there is going to be a war between India and Pakistan, it will be over water. Water is the key. All of the rivers that come into this part of the world emanate from the plateau in Asia, from the Himalayas. So this is not just an India-Pakistan issue, this is a China issue. This is a question of glaciers that are melting. This is a question of the infrastructure that people use to try to figure out how you dam rivers, how you deal with the distribution of water, how the Indus Water Treaty, creaky as it is, how it survives or doesn't survive. In other words, if the new world order, if the new emerging multilateral institutions and bilateral approaches cannot take on an issue like water, I fear for the relationship of India and Pakistan, and indeed not only for you. So it's the crises that come from climate change, from the definitions of how you deal with healthcare, how you deal with the technological structure of your economy, how you deal with moving from a textile-based economy to a tech-based economy. Again, a critique I made of some of my colleagues was that the policies of Pakistan were very often looking for new ways in which to export textiles to the United States, to get rid of tariffs, to try to figure out how a friend, America, can help a friend, Pakistan, by getting more textiles into the United States. And while this made sense to me, I hoped that at some point my Pakistani friends would stop talking about textiles. Textiles which are the lower end of technology and the lower end of profit and of value added. That I looked at all of the talent in Pakistan and I looked at the young people working in the financial and the technical area and said, I would like to see software coming out of Pakistan. I would like to see innovation coming out of Pakistan. To focus on what you have been good at, to me, was not good enough. In other words, I'm trying to emphasize once again that when we look at where the challenges are going to be, that we not look to the way that some of my military colleagues in the United States have looked, that they show a picture of America with more warships than anyone else in the world, but a changing world in which those warships are docked in San Diego, rusting, while the new world wars and the new conflicts of the 21st century are fought in cyberspace. That we're not looking back, but that we're looking forward. So again, no return to the old order of Westphalia. And I commend to you, because I'm an academic, 2 books. It would not be right for me not to assign you 2 books. The Israeli futurist Yuval Harari, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, and the American technician Jamie Metzl on hacking Darwin and the genetic code. Now, all of us were trained for things other than understanding the genetic code. But if we don't understand this, we'll be left behind. Now, one thing that I sense in politics is that this area that I talk about, this time when the old system is dying and the new system has not yet been created, this is, I think, for Pakistan specifically, a wonderful opportunity. You may not see it this way because of the uncertainties that you face in an unwieldy country with enormous income inequality, with 200 million people, some of whom still suffer enormous poverty. You have an opportunity to basically take advantage of the changes that are taking place and to look beyond simply the constraints of the way things have been done in the past. I would urge you not to look, I would urge Pakistan not to look at decline and fall in the way that traditional assessments like Paul Kennedy at the United States have said, or the so-called Thucydides trap argument that people have made about the rise of China and the relative decline of the United States. It would be a major mistake in my mind for Pakistan to calculate who's going to win We calculated for 70 years that we would work with the Americans. Now we measure this again. It looks like the Chinese are winning. Let's go with the Chinese. I would urge you not to look at it in this zero-sum way, because the solutions to what China will do as a rising power and the solutions to what America will do as a relatively declining power are linked. We will not do them despite anything that my current government says. We will not do anything in the absence of the other. This is Pakistan's opportunity to break out of old patterns, or as I've said in previous talks that I've given, the old narratives that people have about their background, and to try to free themselves of this. And specifically, what I envision is a Pakistan that is a regional leader, that is in many ways, to coin a phrase, a light to other nations. A Pakistan that can reach out to a neighbor in hopefully peaceful Afghanistan. A Pakistan that can reach out and use its generosity and its skills and its potential economic power to help develop its friends, and they are friends, in Central Asia. A Pakistan that can work with Iran, which is a troubled but potentially very powerful country. A Pakistan that can show its diplomatic power by being a voice to bring together Saudi Arabia and Iran. That is to say, rather than seeing itself as a historical country that has been at the end, the receiving end of the machinations of, say, the United States or the Soviet Union or China, that Pakistan is expanding outward now in this new era where the American hegemony is perhaps less and the Chinese growth is still uncertain. It's a time for Pakistan, if it chooses, to have an aggressive, and I would say a very creative foreign policy based on its skill, based on its good reputation, and based on what I hope is the kind of change domestically that will make it a powerful country. Because make no mistake, a country with 200 million people and the talent you have should be doing better. And I say this as a friend. What's necessary is a very courageous look in your domestic politics at such issues as your taxing policy. That is to say, having the wealth in your country pay for the ideas that your government can put forth in diplomacy, not relying on the handouts, whether they're from the Americans, the Chinese, the IMF, or the Saudis, but really putting your own house in order so that you are taxing yourselves in a way that you can pay for the things you need to do. Fiscal policy is social policy. And you are, in my opinion, using an autarky, an isolation that doesn't do you well. Working away from what other people call the patronage state. That is to say, instead of having parties that give out benefits to people who follow them, actually developing constituencies who affect your political parties. I think specifically of young entrepreneurs who I know in your country, and there are many, and they are talented, but they have no political voice, or at least they don't have a commensurate political voice the way they should. In your country, you have a number of people whose voices are not heard in politics, even though they have extraordinary economic potential. Finally, the reform of your public sector. And I hate to say it in front of this august class, but the example of Pakistan International Airways is a very important issue. I urge you as a friend of Pakistan, tackle this issue, to have an airlines that is world-class the way it should be, because Mr. Imran Khan is right. You want tourism, not terrorism. And to have that, looking at your state-run industries and the role they have in keeping you strong or holding you back is key. So forgive me as an outsider for coming in and giving this critique. I give it as a friend, that I think that if you're able to take on just these examples, your taxation policy, your patronage state, and your state-owned enterprises, you can tackle the things that have held you back, and you can become that kind of power that can reach out to the people in your neighborhood to help, to be admired, and as the previous speaker was saying, to get the recognition you deserve that Pakistan is a peaceful country that is generous and gives to its neighbors. You have the immediate issue of Afghanistan. I think the United States will back away. As a diplomat who worked in the period of height of American power, I'm very concerned about this. I think America has very good things to give to the world. We don't always achieve those things we aspire to do. That is, not only do we have interests, but we have values. We don't always live up to those values. But I think it's a worthy thing to try to have those values and to try to aspire to those values. We did this in Afghanistan, and in my opinion, we have failed. But what will come next will be a period where I think, and it's a good thing for Pakistan, where I think that America will not look at Pakistan through the distorted lens of Afghanistan as it has over the last 20 years. And that you have a chance not only to work with your neighbor in a positive way, but it could be a salutary thing to help you work with the United States in another way, in an honest way, where we are not looking through a glass at Pakistan, and that glass is, the Haqqani network, that we can't get out of the loop of talking about the issues that America has had in this part of the world in security, and we can go on to the things, the kind of wealth that our countries have, the wealth of sharing education, the wealth of sharing business ties, the wealth of sharing the dynamism of nonprofits and other non-governmental organizations or sub-national units like the dynamism of mayors and cities. That is really the cultural affinity that I feel as an American for my friends in Pakistan. The choice really is a choice in Pakistan for a medieval style of politics or a modern style of politics. Do you want to have a state that is a fortress, or do you want to have a state that reaches out to people around it? This I see as Pakistan's great opportunity to play a role in the key issues if you can focus on content rather than form. If you can focus on governance, tech, and climate rather than the immediate advantage of state-to-state politics or calculation that I'm afraid has been too much in the front lines. I would say that solving these things is not everything, but without addressing things, you have nothing. The last point I want to make is that you can have a constructive and must have a constructive relationship with China. It may not seem this way, but China will, I think, depend on you as much as you will depend on China. China is in a time of great change. It's going to be the great power that's going to define the 21st century, and it's not going to do it simply on its own. China needs friends. China needs friends who have values like honesty, straightforwardness, a commitment to democracy, a commitment to decency. And either China reforms without those friends, or it reforms with those friends. So the Chinese experiment, I would say, is not only China's business, it's your business. It's our business. This is why I would call for the Americans to stay engaged with China, and why I'm greatly disturbed by the breakdown of American ties with China. But I think all of us should look at this not simply as being on the receiving end of Chinese power, of the Belt and Road Initiative, of Chinese excess labor and steel and cement, but that we too have a role in helping China to move the direction that we want to see it move. If we can be honest about that, I think we can move ahead. I would then say we should focus not on textiles, but on tech, not on terrorism, but on tourism, and break with the past narratives so that we are dealing with a new world and creating the new world that I mentioned before. Be honest with yourself if you can. Know that you have friends in the United States, and I think that Pakistan in the 21st century will get the credit that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker of this session is Ambassador Inaugural, the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan. He will develop on the regional security dynamics. Ambassador is a Pakistani career diplomat who served as the Foreign Minister of Pakistan in the year 2007 and 8. He also remained Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in the year 2002. During his distinguished diplomatic career, Mr. Haq served as Pakistan's ambassador to Turkey, China, and permanent representative to the United Nations before being appointed as the Foreign Secretary. Mr. Inaugural Haq has also served as Chairman Board of Governors of Institute of Strategic Studies, Chairman Pakistan-China Friendship Forum, and as a member Board of Governors of Institute of Regional Studies, Islamabad. I now request Ambassador Inaugural Haq to please express his views.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, President Kaas, distinguished participants, it is a privilege for me to address such a distinguished gathering. Let me begin by saying that the world is passing through a period of turmoil and transition. The present age has been variously described by thinkers and scholars as the age of impunity, as the age of uncertainty, age of disillusionment, age of anger, the age of disruption and fragmentation. And you will agree with me that all of these phrases are somewhat negative in their implications. Liberalism and globalism no longer occupy center stage. There is an ominous rise of far-right extremism, ultra-nationalism, even xenophobia, authoritarian populism, neo-fascism, majoritarianism, identity politics based on communalism, and Islamophobia. Democracy appears to be in retreat in some ways, and right-wing oligarchs and strong authoritarian leaders have assumed power in major countries. Let us look at some of them. Donald Trump in the United States, Vladimir Putin in Russia, Xi Jinping in China, Boris Johnson in the United Kingdom, Narendra Modi in India, Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, Abdel Fattah Sisi in Egypt, Bolsonaro in Brazil, Orban in Hungary, Duterte in the Philippines, Mohammed bin Salman in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Hasina Majid in Bangladesh are only some of the examples of such oligarchic strong leaders. The drivers of this phenomenon perhaps can be traced to the global war on terrorism in the wake of 9/11 and the overt United States policy of either direct aggression or abetting regime change in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and Yemen. This was done under the pretense of removing dictators posing non-existent terrorist threats to the West or seeking to acquire weapons of mass destruction. This was also done under the pretext of spreading democracy, human rights, and market economies. And how were these noble aims to be achieved? Through the barrels of Western guns and the massive and extensive use of air power. This approach over the last 2 decades has resulted in the destruction of the infrastructure, economy, and cultural heritage of these countries, killing millions of civilians, displacements of huge chunks of their populations, and demonization and dehumanization of their peoples. The resultant migration to the West from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Libya, and from other places have given rise to the wave of ultra-nationalism that I mentioned earlier in the Western countries and the closing of their doors to migration from these war ridden countries. The question we must ask of ourselves and of Western leaders, and particularly of the United States, United Kingdom, and France, how many of the millions of people, civilian men, women, and children, killed, maimed, displaced, and made homeless and penniless in these conflicts were terrorists? And has terrorism gone down in the last 20 years in the war on global terrorism? There are actually a number of existential threats to humankind and to the planet Earth today, to which not much attention or not as much attention is being paid as required. These include the threat of a nuclear holocaust, the ominous rise in world population, coupled with the rapacious overuse of finite resources, particularly carbon-based resources, resulting in climate change, and pandemics like HIV/AIDS, SARS, MERS, and now coronavirus, with their adverse impact on the well-being of the people and the slowing down of the world economy. In fact, a recent report by the IMF World Bank suggests that the world economy may go down by almost 2% in growth as a result of the havoc wrought by coronavirus. Allow me to remind ourselves of two fundamental principles of international law and interstate relations that override all others, notwithstanding our claims of a humane international system. The first principle is might is right. The second principle is possession is 9/10 of the law. We can perhaps add the Darwinian principle of the survival of the fittest to these two principles. In pursuit of these principles, instead of working together to confront the existential threats that I mentioned through cooperation and peaceful existence, powerful states are building strategic alliances and new weapon systems to protect and promote their economic interests and objectives and to maintain their dominant position in the world, even if they have to lay waste to the rest of the world as well as to themselves. Trust and confidence among nations and in the efficacy of the international forums like the United Nations has eroded greatly in recent decades. Economic sanctions, trade wars, and military confrontations are increasingly used as coercive instruments to attain national policy objectives. It is in the backdrop of this international climate that we need to look at the security dynamics in our own region. Although in today's interconnected world, it is difficult to place international and regional relations in separate compartments. I will therefore talk briefly about the interplay of relations between China, the United States, India, and Pakistan in the context of our own region. Since these symbiotic relationships drive the regional dynamics, particularly in South Asia, as well as Pakistan's relations with its neighbors, namely Afghanistan, Iran, and in the Middle East. Distinguished participants, you are aware that the United States has never shied away from announcing its determination to maintain full spectrum domination in the world and not to allow any challenger to emerge to its status as the sole superpower of the world. The designation of China and Russia as its major adversaries, the major increases in its defense budget, the upgrading of its nuclear arsenal, the establishment of a space force, sanctions against Russia, trade conflict with China, the Indo-Pacific pivot, unprecedented and unlawful support for Israel in the Middle East under the so-called deal of the century, withdrawal from international treaties like the INF, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the JCPOA, among others, are some of the pointers in this direction that the United States intend to carry through its determination to remain the sole superpower in the world. It would appear that in this ongoing enterprise, the United States has selected India as an anchor of its strategy in the Indo-Pacific region, and India has become a willing instrument of American policy objectives. An article in the Foreign Affairs magazine of 13 February 2020 regarding US-China relations, contributed by Messrs. Chabra, Scott Moore, and Dominic Tierney, begins with a very frank and telling observation. It states, China's economic rise has disrupted the international system and underpins American that underpins American security and prosperity. It goes on to say that China presents a formidable threat to American interests for decades to come. We are all aware of the Thucydides trap expounded by Professor Graham Allison and the need to avoid it. But the United States so far has responded to China's rise by launching the Indo-Pacific pivot and various other actions to ensure the containment of China. In this emerging equation in our region, China and Pakistan are seen to be, in some ways, arrayed against the United States and its allies, particularly India. Hence, the onslaught against CPEC and the BRI initiative at the highest level in the United States administration, portraying Chinese assistance to developing countries as a debt trap, forgetting conveniently that it is the Western world which has created the real debt trap for the developing world. According to the UNCTAD Policy Brief number 76 of December 2019, transfer of resources from 16 major developing countries, including China, India, and Pakistan, to the developed world amounted to an average of $440 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of their GDP every year from the year 2000 to the year 2018. You can imagine who created the debt trap. And it was the Western aid givers, not China, which tied their aid to purchases of project equipment from themselves. A few words now about India-Pakistan relations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that relations between Pakistan and India are at a very low ebb today, and there are no signs of any early reduction of tensions which are being fueled by Indian actions and threatening statements at the highest level. The tensions have peaked since the events of 5th of August in Jammu and Kashmir, and the NRC and CAA have added fuel to this blaze. However, notwithstanding Indian oppression in Jammu and Kashmir, the elimination of Article 370 and 35A, the bifurcation of the state itself, its conversion into a union territory, holding the Kashmiri people for more than 6 months in complete isolation under a draconian 900,000 strong military force, the determination of India to change the demography of the state, and major human rights violations of the Muslims and other minorities, there has been little or no criticism of Indian actions at the official level in the human rights loving Western world, and India remains a strategic partner of the West. The targeted killings recently in Delhi of Muslims could be a prelude to a large-scale massacres in other parts of India as well. And the international community must take note of this possibility. The relentless pursuit of the RSS fascist agenda by Modi, Amit Shah, Ajit Doval, and others in the BJP is a cause of deep concern to Pakistan, but should equally agitate the international community because Modi's internal and external policies are bringing South Asia to the brink of disaster. The policy of appeasement was once followed by Western countries prior to the Second World War and failed miserably to contain Hitler. The world must not pursue similar appeasement of India simply because it offers a huge market and its economic clout is growing. This will only encourage the BJP Hindutva saffron brigades to push their policy of ethnic cleansing of minorities, particularly the Muslim community, which is 200 million strong in India. Indian writers with some conscience are writing against Indian policy. Recently, Pratap Bhana Mehta, a well-respected Indian academic and intellectual, writing in the Indian Express of 28 February 2020, stated that if the policies of the present government continue, India will become, and I quote, a charnel house of rotted morality, a nation that measures itself by the cruelties it can inflict on its minorities. This is the bleak future that the BJP and Modi promise India. The BJP government is pursuing policies which could set the region on fire. The international community must exercise its authority under the Charter of the United Nations to force the Indian government to behave in accordance with the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, the UN Security Council resolutions regarding the future of Jammu and Kashmir, and the UN Declaration on Human Rights. Iran is passing through very difficult times because of harsh economic sanctions and threats of military action. Pakistan has been working at diffusing the crisis since Iran is a brotherly neighbor and a friend. We will continue our efforts to reduce tensions between Iran and the Gulf countries, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, another close friend of Pakistan, which has always stood by us in our hour of need. And finally, Afghanistan. The first cracks in the agreement signed on the 29th of February with such fanfare have already appeared, with Ashraf Ghani refusing to commit to the release of 5,000 Afghan Taliban prisoners. Did he not know beforehand that this was part of the deal? The Taliban, for their part, have expressed their determination to press their attacks against the ANF. If the protagonists do not change their minds soon, the agreement may well be stillborn and leave the situation more fraught than before. Let me also add that if the United States does indeed withdraw fully from Afghanistan in the next 14 months, there is the chance and the possibility of a civil conflict breaking out in Afghanistan between the North and the South, the Taliban against the Tajiks, Hazaras, Uzbeks, and Turkmens. Afghanistan could well face a situation similar to one prior to 9/11. The 19 years of war, which left uncounted Afghans dead, maimed, and displaced, cost many American lives, and an expenditure exceeding $1 trillion, will all have been in vain. Pakistan will tread with care so as not to be drawn once again into the vortex of if such a conflict breaks out, by strict adherence to the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of the neighboring states. I thank you for your patience, and I hand the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for very candid remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker of the session is Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jalani, who will share his thoughts on Pakistan's challenges and opportunities in emerging world order. Ambassador Jalani is currently the Director of Foreign Politics at the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. He has 38 years of bilateral and multilateral experience as a career diplomat, having served as Pakistan's ambassador to the United States, Belgium, Luxembourg, and EU, and Australia. Ambassador Jalani also served as the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan, the top civil service official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A specialist in South Asian affairs, the ambassador has worked as Director General for South Asia and SAARC, Deputy Acting High Commissioner to India, and Director India in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2018, the government of Pakistan nominated Ambassador Jalani as the member of Experts and Eminent Persons Group EEP and of the ASEAN Regional Forum, and later in 2019 as member of the Prime Minister's Advisory Council on Foreign Affairs. Most recently, the ambassador has served as senior fellow at both International Institute of Strategic Studies and the United States Institute of Peace. May I request you to share your views with us, sir? And may I also request you to stick to the times?
Sure. Honorable President of Pakistan, Air Chief Marshal Mujahid Anwar Khan, President Kass, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as has been rightly pointed out by President Kass, my very dear friend and colleague, Ambassador Kamran Manta, and our senior colleague, Ambassador Inamul Haq, momentous developments are taking place at the global and regional level. We are certainly witnessing profound transformation in the structure of the global order. It is essential that Pakistan review these changes, assess their implications, and adjust policies and priorities accordingly. Reliance on long-held assumptions is no longer a valid option. Any review of the current situation must first acknowledge that despite its declining profile, the US will continue to be a great power for decades to come and will exercise effective influence in world affairs in almost every part of the world. With the changing global landscape, partnerships are also changing. The new world order is shaped by increasing level of competition between US versus China, US versus Russia. These are the two countries which have also been singled out by the US Defense and Security Review in last year. However, we have strong reason to believe that despite these acute differences, the US, China, and Russia will compete and cooperate at the same time to avoid an outright confrontation. Too much is at stake: trade, investments, and economic ambitions, besides preservation of current world order. An outright confrontation is also not possible due to the limitations imposed by the lethality of nuclear weapons, autonomous weapons, as well as forging consensus on global issues of importance such as climate change, non-proliferation, violent extremism, etc., which would require cooperative and coordinated mechanism. It is also interesting to note that interaction between countries has become more complex and contradictory, with economic cooperation often coexisting with political confrontation and vice versa, like in the cases of US and China, China and Japan, and China and India. While we may draw satisfaction from the fact that major wars will be avoided, we need to be worried about the changing natures of doctrines, concepts, and technologies. Advances in artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and hybrid warfare could change the dynamics of waging and winning wars. Ladies and gentlemen, in South Asia, our challenges have increased manifold, as has been ably articulated by Ambassador Inaugural. In Afghanistan, for instance, despite the agreement between the US and Taliban, peace will remain a distant dream due to the internal dynamics in Afghanistan, including the current level of polarization that we see in the wake of recent political crisis following announcement of election results. An intra-Afghan dialogue will remain a huge challenge in the polarized society. Absence of a plan of action for financial sustainability and economic development following the withdrawal of US troops will also pose yet another dilemma. Disarming of militants, cadres from various factions, and their absorption in national life would add an additional layer of complexity to the peace process in Afghanistan. While we are still grappling with the consequences of prolonged war and instability in Afghanistan, the US, Iran, and Saudi tension pose a major challenge for Pakistan. This region certainly cannot afford another confrontation in this part of the world. In view of the changing global dynamics, Pakistan will remain at the center of great power competition because of the American Indo-Pacific strategy, US-China relations, US-India relations, US-Iran relations, US Central Asian relations, and for that matter, the Middle East-US relations. Pakistan enjoys close proximity to all these countries. The emerging world order presents both challenges and opportunities for Pakistan. First, while Pakistan does not have the kind of strategic convergence that Pakistan used to have in the earlier years, it is important for both the US and Pakistan to retain each other's goodwill for the preservation and promotion of their respective vital interests. Prudence demands that Pakistan should continue to seek cooperative relations with the US for the promotion of peace and security in the region, including Afghanistan. At the same time, we should continue to pursue opportunities for modernization of Pakistan's economy through access to technology, investments, and business-to-business contacts. Pakistan can be useful economic and trading partner apart from cooperating with Washington on security issues. There is enormous potential for an enhanced economic relationship with mutually beneficial gains for the two countries. A stronger, more robust economic relationship between the two countries will also help the US in improving its image in Pakistan, which has been tarnished because of a number of factors, including FATF. Second, like the US, China too is pivoting towards Asia Pacific and Middle East, and Pakistan remains at the center of this pivot. For obvious reasons, the US is unlikely to present Pakistan with a choice to either join it as part of its China containment strategy or align itself completely with China. Hence, Pakistan could maintain neutrality and need not see this as a binary choice between Beijing and Washington. The US needs enhanced cooperation with Pakistan to resolve decades-long unrest in Afghanistan, to reduce tension with Iran, to fight transnational terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, to ensure safety and security of Pakistan's nuclear assets, and to bring about peace and stability in South Asia, which remains a critical element of the US foreign policy in this region. Third, Pakistan's relationship with China are as old as Pakistan's relations with the US. Pakistan has done the right thing by not playing one against the other. It has rather played the role of a bridge. In view of the compulsions imposed by the New World Order, Pakistan is rightly consolidating its relations with its trusted and all-weather friend, China, and exploring new avenues of cooperation with Russia. Pakistan-China relations, which in the past were confined mostly to strategic and military cooperation, have now expanded to close economic cooperation. CPEC is now the bedrock of Pakistan-China ties, which has emerged as a game changer for Pakistan. And Pakistan has rightly brushing aside objections from outside and pressing ahead with with the implementation of phase 2 of the CPEC, involving industrial zones. And I entirely agree with our friend, Ambassador Cameron Munter, that we hope that these industrial zones that are being set up under China-Pakistan economic framework, they should include industries other than textile, because that is something which will also make it more viable. Fourth, ladies and gentlemen, the emerging realities provide an invaluable opportunity for Pakistan to upgrade its relations with Russia. Pakistan and Russia enjoy close commonality of views on most regional and global issues. Pakistan's membership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization enhances the likelihood of closer security and economic cooperation with Russia based on mutuality of interests. Fifth, Pakistan must maintain an astute policy towards the Gulf and the Middle East in a balanced manner while avoiding becoming part of the conflict. Pakistan already enjoys close defense and economic cooperation with most Middle Eastern countries. Pakistan's close relationship with Iran and Saudi Arabia place it in a unique position to play the role of a mediator between the two countries for the purpose of maintaining peace and stability in our region. Sixth, our support to ongoing peace efforts in Afghanistan, irrespective of the hurdles which have emerged in recent days. We should continue with our commitment to a stable Afghanistan, as a stable Afghanistan will create enormous economic opportunities for the region. The challenge, as has been mentioned rightly by Ambassador Inaugural Haq, would be the Indians' often destabilizing role in Afghanistan, which may further complicate the situation following the US withdrawal. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the 5th August Indian move to repeal Article 370 and its related provisions in violation of the UN Security Council resolutions and Shimla Agreement has apparently closed the prospect of a bilateral dialogue. At the same time, it has presented India with the unintended consequences of the dispute having been internationalized once again. The issue had remained dormant at the international level for a long time, but certainly it has caught the attention of almost everybody around the world. The renewed international focus, in my view, will certainly help shed light on the Kashmiris' decade-long suffering and marginalization by India. Peaceful coexistence with India, in my view, is only possible provided India reverses its illegal and unconstitutional move of 5th August 2019, release political prisoners, provide political space to the Kashmiris, revive Kashmir-related CBMs, which we had agreed between the two countries from 2004 to 2008, and enter into a meaningful dialogue with Pakistan to achieve a lasting solution of the Kashmir dispute. The other option, certainly, the confrontation between two countries, as had been pointed out by Ambassador Manta, whether on water or other issues, will certainly have disastrous consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been able to advance its interest effectively by making a hard-headed assessment of geopolitics, political realities, developing a strong partnership with China while being part of the US-led alliance, the 1998 nuclear tests in response to India's tests, graduating from the strategic and military partnership with China to an economic partnership, our decision not to become part of either the Syrian or Yemen war, and maintaining principled position on Afghanistan despite pressures are some of the examples of this prudent policy that we have followed in the previous years. Even in the case of India, that continued to pursue a policy of undermining Pakistan, we have advocated peaceful resolution of all disputes. I have no doubt that an in-depth analysis of the current global order is taking place by all stakeholders. As Ambassador Manta rightly pointed out, while the old world order remains under threat and the new order has yet to take stage, the only challenge that we are facing is that at this early stage of major transition, the contours of which have yet to unfold, Pakistan will have to look at this situation very, very carefully. The future may present some hard choices for Pakistan, and it will be important to take decisions based on careful assessment of short, medium, and long-term implication of our policies. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier that the question and answer session would be commenced after the address of our chief guest. May I now request our chief guest, President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi, to please address the audience.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Air Chief Marshal Mujahid Anwar Khan Sahab, Chief of the Air Staff Pakistan Air Force, Ambassador Cameron Munter, Ambassador Inamul Haq Sahab, Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jilani Sahab, former Air Marshal Kaleem Saadat Sahab, Honorable Formal Air Chiefs, President Center for Aerospace and Security Studies, CASS, distinguished guests, a few ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I've been here listening to the eminent speakers with great interest. At the same time, we have been talking about the global strategic threat and response and the global order. We also mentioned medieval style of politics. And I remember a toy, and maybe some of you may not even remember that, which was called a kaleidoscope. And you held it in front of your eye as a child and you twisted it, and the pieces of glass inside the toy took up different combinations. And looking at this and the discussion, it seems that the global order is changing in the same manner. It disappoints me that humanity refuses to learn. And I've been reading about the history of war for a long time. And it keeps on repeating itself. Where do we learn? What do we learn? We unlearn, every generation unlearns what it has learnt. There are new instruments, there is new thinking of how to wage war. The only change which I see between the 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st century is modification of how you wield different weapons and how you wage war. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to challenge you in thinking in a different way. For example, 4 of us in this hall start fighting on an issue. It will come to fisticuffs. It will come to a stick if we had sticks. It will come to guns if we had guns. And how would you react? The learned people in this hall, how would you react? You'll be ashamed of it. How can that happen? We know to avoid that. We know to have dialogue. We know to cool down our tempers. But this reaction is here in this hall. This reaction is there in our own societies. And we have established rules of order. We established constitutions. We have established institutions to implement order within our own countries. Sometimes it fails. But as soon as we start looking outside, we consider the others as unequals, less literate, less knowing. But if I again go back and look at history of the world as far as wars are concerned, it was always to try and exploit a resource somewhere. History of war, to loot and plunder the storage of toil, loot and plunder what people may have accumulated in their houses and homes, to catch slaves, to arrest women, take them home. That was the history of war. The exploitation and plunder of other regions. The exploitation of the earth, mineral resources, oil for example, later on. And that exploitation continues. But the world has changed, So ladies and gentlemen, the world has changed. While we have the same instruments, the same logic, the same history, and except the new world order is again a kaleidoscope of things, but our rationality towards war, why do we need war? That hasn't changed. The instruments of war are changing. The packaging of war keeps on changing. And that packaging can be very different. A bitter pill, for example, of exploitation of resources can be packaged in new information, can be packaged in some Islamophobia or xenophobia, can be packaged as a democracy. But it seems as the ultimate end is exploitation of resources and of people still. The new world order and the new wars are not going to give you some peace. Peace is so elusive. Peace cannot be a result of war. Can you ever imagine that fire will not damage? Fire will damage. It's in the nature of fire to damage, to destroy. How can war ever think of rebuilding? And I don't know any time in history in which war has led to rebuilding of a nation for any reason. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, thinkers as prominent as you are, leading the destiny of nations, refuse to look at something, do some lateral thinking. Some of you remember the name Edward de Bono, who talked about lateral thinking. Dump the present logic somewhere. Restart this logic, as what you call in computer terms and international terms also, reset how you think about the new world order. And I would recommend a book, many books I will talk about here, The New Rules of War, recently published in 2019 by Sean McFate, who was teaching at National Defense University and teaches at Georgetown. And he mentions the basic principles of war, and he mentions George Patton. George S. Patton in 1944, before the D-Day. He says Americans play to win wars. They have never lost, nor will they ever lose a war. And war, therefore, is like a game to be won, but with a lot of benefits. And it has changed over the time. War has been privatized. Drug wars, super rich people have people guarding them, drug lords, warlords, rent a mercenary. In fact, not very old. In fact, the last issue of The Economist has an obituary of a mercenary from South Africa. Even mercenaries have been used in recent wars in Iraq and elsewhere. So war is not about nationalism of any sort. Wars are about winning. And the destruction created by wars is so evident today. While it was mentioned that the poverty levels have reduced, but economic disparity has increased. While it was mentioned that there is peace all around in a lot of places, the entire Muslim world, starting from Afghanistan to Libya, has self-destroyed and destroyed by other people with different interests. We have suffered it. And today, I am sure we in Pakistan think about our own strengths, improving our economy. We must think, that's one of the things which we in Pakistan have to think. But imagine that on our borders and beyond our borders there are fires. So we are distracted. What will happen if you believe there is a fire in this hotel somewhere in the other room? You will stack up the fire extinguishers. So we are forced to stack up on fire extinguishers. The threat of war and the threat from neighboring countries started us on the track of nuclear weapons. And these are called offsets of war. For example, you have to be prepared. The offset strategy must be there. So what was the offset strategy? For example, gunpowder. That was the medieval times offset strategy, where it gave strength to people. In the modern era, the first offset was nuclear weapons in the 50s. So countries like us, to secure ourselves, we also wanted nuclear weapons. The second offset were precision-guided missiles, starting around the 80s, improving all the time. That offset is still going on. Recently, my friends here from the Air Force must know the fact that there is a talk of hypersonic missiles. Missiles which will go from any part of the world to any other part of the world at the speed of Mach 10, Mach 15, and even a discussion of Mach 20. Within the hour. Do you have the capacity and institution to be able to recognize whether it's a false alarm? How should we react to an attack which can happen anytime? It can be accidental. And even in nuclear situations off the coast of Cuba, during the Cuban crisis, there was a Russian submarine which got signals of an imminent attack, and they debated within 2 or 3 minutes, and it was the judgment of the captain of the submarine, where he was advised by his team to fire, and he did not fire a nuclear missile. It could have happened. So within the hour, if there is a nuclear missile coming in, the ability to recognize whether it is a fake issue, it's a machinery error, or it's a real thing, and how do you handle it? So humankind has come so close to an issue. But the world has changed. It's not about the wealth of nations, for example, and the wealth of the earth is not there. What you used to have war because of exploitation, to exploit resources, those resources are dwindling. Your home is almost on fire itself from inside. The global resources are limited. And we still tend to ignore that. The real war is that war. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have to throw out the entire chessboard and put on another chessboard in front of you with the new realities, how you have to fight that kind of war, where you're not exploiting resources but preserving resources. So the entire strategy has to change. And if you don't know how to do it, I would like to quote Alice in Wonderland when the Cheshire Cat makes a statement that if you don't know where you are going, any and every road will get you there. Strategy demands that you look beyond. It's not you're talking about the earth. But imagine at the same time, we are stuck with trying to defend ourselves also. We are stuck because we have poverty. We are stuck because we have to educate our people to bring them to health. At the same time, we cannot close our doors and ignore what is happening everywhere else. There is smog in Lahore. There is pollution all over. However, it goes beyond our borders, comes from India also. But today, because of the Indian belligerence and Pakistan's continuous efforts to talk about peace, because Pakistan understands the value of peace. And I am also disappointed when I talk about that, Pakistan's overtures, despite the fact we shot down Indian aircrafts, we returned the pilot looking for peace. When this present government came in, Mr. Imran Khan, in his first speech, talked about peace. He said, if you move one step forward, we'll move 5 steps forward to try and achieve peace. Because we understand the value of peace. We understand the value of rejecting war. But the priorities today in the world are still different. It's going in the same direction. Imagine, and the new challenges which are coming in as far as hybrid wars and as far as cyber wars are concerned. And let me mention the fact that, for example, we keep on developing instruments of war. For example, if F-35, an American plane, it took $1.5 trillion to develop. $1.5 trillion is as much as the GDP of Russia. And it has 8 million lines of code. Mujahid Anwar Khan Sahab, 8 million lines of code to fly it. And any bug or any cyber kind of an attack will paralyze that. I don't know it will, but there is possibility of doing it to a smaller aircraft. And 24 million lines of code for its maintenance. $120 million is the worth of the aircraft if you want to go and buy it. So what are the priorities? The priorities are, for example, and I want to remove those priorities. There is the big threats are there for you, for which you need an F-35. Those are national threats, not individual threats. And for national threats, wouldn't it be wiser to cool down things? In a world, and you mentioned the fact, Mr. Mantar, you mentioned the fact mentioned a book by Noah Hariri, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. And I believe that book constructs itself on the arguments from his previous books of Homo sapiens and Homo deus. And he's also talking about, and other people are also talking about the fact that this humankind is threatened. Humankind is threatened, lack of resources, global warming, artificial intelligence. And he mentions an interesting argument which is mentioned by other people, that the DNA in the human mind takes 10,000 years to change. But the DNA, which is similar, of artificial intelligence can take hours to change. So therefore, the ability of artificial intelligence to build mankind, or even to destroy through instruments created by mankind, is tremendous. And of course, an irresponsible humankind is ready to give up the leadership of the earth. And that is the question which has been raised by Mr. Hariri and even by other people. Stephen Hawking, in his last book, has talked about the same thing. He's a physicist. But when he talks about the world, he says there's relatively little hope of mankind surviving. But this is a warning to mankind to strategize and to learn and to get out of this bind in which it is. These two people, for example, they mentioned two gentlemen, I can mention other people, for example, Jared Diamond, who in his book Upheaval talks about how nations fought wars, in fact, picking examples from Finland and picking examples from Japan and Argentina, Chile and Indonesia. And these people have talked about the fact, and these are like recce in military terms when you say do a recce. And what's a recce? Recce is, from olden times of war till today, recce is climb this hill, look beyond the hill, what is a crisis? How many people are there to battle you? What is happening? What kind of instruments do they have? Do they have horses? Do they have guns? Do they have elephants? And that's the recce. And they come back and they tell you what you should be prepared for. So these people and these philosophers and the world at large is giving you a warning. There's a red light blinking all the time, giving you a warning that wars, if you want to wield wars to kill humanity, coronavirus is happening and it will happen. You've destroyed the insect population of the earth by about 30 or 40% already. How will we live? So these people who have been doing our recce have been informing us of what to do. The world order is changing. It was mentioned the Westphalian Order, which was drafted in probably 1648 or so, and it came on the heels of the 30-year war again. And the 30-year war was fought from 1618 and went on for 30 years, and that's 1648, the Westphalian Order came in, and millions, at that time, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. What did the Westphalian Order do? It said that the ability to fight war is now with nations only. Individuals cannot fight, should not fight. Nations have the right to hold instruments of war. Nations have the right to wield wars. Nations have the right to fight. And the Westphalian Order led to United Nations, led to, for example, Geneva Convention and the Hague treaties, and is still on today. But what is happening? The multinationals, the nation-state principle is now has been overtaken by multinationals in some way. They have the ability to corrupt democracies. They have the money to be able to corrupt democracies. They have a bigger power than the small countries of the world, and they are showing that kind of power already. In the fact that your minds are being influenced by social media, for example. Minds are influenced, elections are influenced by social media. You've seen that happen. So therefore, if multinationals who do not get elected by a group of people whose principles may be only to survive and to make profit, if they are able to affect people's opinions, that's a different kind of war. So institutions, the democratic institutions today, the parliaments, the United Nations, are not today geared up to the changing realities. So I believe thinkers like all of you here, and you would deliberate for the next two days, I would like you to think about all these situations and further pressure, limited resources, the global warming, the destruction of insect population and so many habitats, and the disruptive potential of new and the economic disorder which can be created by new kinds of intelligence which are coming in. I think the challenge is huge. And I think I see that the hope of the United Nations, when the Kashmir issue came up, it was a newborn Pakistan, it was a newborn United Nations. There was hope of morality and justice. And it has yielded. What do we teach our children? We teach our children morality and justice. But what we practice is very different. Morality and justice, first in the house, we try and practice that. But as we go beyond, there are vested interests. And when nations start talking about themselves and others, morality and justice is the first victim. Vested interests become more important. Like I said, the history of war is on exploitation of others' resources. It is good to get lectured on the fact that what Pakistan can do and should do, and I believe we will do. But these are wheels in the world order, where if there are fires outside our borders and we are just thinking about our own economy, not getting ready to face destruction if it can happen, I think that lesson, therefore, is very vague and it will not sink in. So what I am saying, ladies and gentlemen, is that as the times are changing, our attitudes towards what we need to do, the institutions which are there, are not fulfilling those. Like I said, I don't see institutions, I see institutions of vested interest. I see that there can be trouble in India, Muslims killed in a minorities killed. Forget about 6 were killed, 3,006 were killed. But countries do not take action. Modi was not given a US visa for 10 years. What changed? Did he change himself? What changed? Didn't we succumb to vested interest? We sacrifice morality. Stop teaching children morality and justice. Tell them that might is right. If you are powerful, you can snatch the toy of the other boy. Do not have to be decent. You have to have a homophobia that this family is important first, then a xenophobia, or then an Islamophobia. All actions we do, people learn from actions. I have always believed in my life that my children will learn from my actions. And you believe that everywhere there can be a death and destruction, and people in my house will not use the same instruments to destroy themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a totally different perspective from what you intended to talk about. But I believe the warning in the world is there, and if you don't heed it, this world will continue to suffer. So, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, for honoring the event with his presence. I would now request the distinguished guest speakers, foreign observers, and CAS team to assemble as displayed for a group photo with the President of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Pakistan is leaving. Please rise. And now we will start our question and answer session right away.
Then as after the question answer session, we run some.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We'll have question answers session.
ठीक है वो लंच को उसमें
नहीं माइक नहीं है इशफाक we have probably Ladies and gentlemen, kindly please settle down so that we can start the question answers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now start with the question and answer session. As you all may have noticed that we are running behind time. This usually happens. So what I will do is I'll cut down 15 minutes. We will only have about 30 minutes for the question answers. Although I know the points which have been raised, they warrant a lot of discussion, but I'm sorry that we'll have to start the next session. We will take 3 to 4 questions at one time. I would request all the worthy guests to please introduce themselves first, direct the question to the specific speaker, and keep
And respect other values of life and other value systems as well. Thank you.
I think, Master Mentor, you have 3 questions. They seem to be very popular.
This is very convenient. I'll try to deal with them all myself. Let me begin with the third question first. I very much agree with you that America is at a turning point, and you can see from our domestic politics that the question you raised is actually one that is raised in our own politics. President Trump represents a reaction to what is perceived as the overuse of American hard power. So there is a consensus that goes beyond our president about asking carefully, did what we tried to do in Iraq, what we tried to do in Afghanistan, was that a failure, and will you change? I think this is a valid question. What I'm afraid of is that President Trump has perhaps gone too far, and in talking about a unilateralist policy, that he has gone in a direction that I, as a traditional diplomat, fundamentally disagree with. That said, your point about finding the wisdom of soft power, I agree with very much. And there are institutions throughout the United States. I mentioned universities, I mentioned businesses, I mentioned the nonprofits, where I think the actual strength of the United States in the 21st century will be exercised. That is, if there is an advantage the United States has, it's that these things are well developed. I don't know when the last time was that you used a Russian laptop. I don't know when the last time it was that you talked to a Chinese nonprofit. I don't know when the last time it was that you went to a university in Congo. But these are some of the advantages the United States has, and I would add, they mesh very well with the interests and the talents of Pakistan. So I do hope for the soft power to come to the top of the list. On the second question, you talked about Kashmir. And the question that is hard about Kashmir is that I have always been proud as an American diplomat that an American diplomat seeks to represent values as well as interests. Sometimes this comes across as arrogance. I like to think it comes across as a certain aspiration, something that we don't always achieve, but that is bigger than simply talking about interests. And so I'm proud to be called a hypocrite. I am proud to be called naive. I would much rather be those things than to be called cynical. So that's what's different about, I think, American politics and diplomacy, and it makes it tricky. Now, when it comes to India, it seems to me that what my government has chosen to do is to look the other way and to turn its back on the tradition of standing up for human rights that goes back at least to the 1970s and even beyond that. I'm ashamed by that. I'm ashamed, yes. I'm ashamed that my government apparently is looking at both geostrategic and economic interests and will not stand up. And when you have a Muslim minority that is being repressed by a majority with soldiers and no one stands up for them, that's terrible. And I'm also speaking then about the situation in Western China. There are Muslims who are in concentration camps held by the Chinese government. And the fact that other countries, even Muslim countries, don't stand up for their human rights is very sad. So what I hope we will do is we'll all look into our own hearts and we'll say, look, we know the world is a tough place. We know the reasons that the Prime Minister of Pakistan does not speak publicly about Western China are similar to the reasons why the President of the United States does not speak up about Kashmir. But does that make it right? I don't think so. So the third question is about the aerospace industry. The aerospace industry is something I don't know a lot about, but I think what is happening in the United States is an attempt to try to unite the various parts of our industry that work in defense. And it may seem like it's a juggernaut. You see the big companies, Lockheed Martin, you see the big companies, Grumman. But most of the innovative work that's being done is actually being done by small companies that have contracts with the larger companies, innovating on the elements of the cutting edge technologies for aerospace. I think, I don't know this, but I think that the effort of putting together a space command is not only trying to think conceptually about where the next threat might be, that is to anticipate for strategic reasons, but also to make it coherent that the research and development that we do in the United States is somehow united rather than scattered among a number of people. So it has an economic element and a strategic element. Best I can do. Thank you.
We are lucky to have ACM Brian. Would you like to elaborate on this question any further, sir?
Thank you. I do so from my day job as the Chief Executive of the Royal Aeronautical Society, and your question is absolutely germane to the way we see the outcomes of the application of technology of the fourth industrial revolution. Because I certainly believe that in terms of the cluster of autonomy, robotics, electrification and digital connectivity, the aerospace sector will be more affected by the fourth industrial revolution than any other. And the second point, which is fortunate, is there is a big challenge to solve in terms of climate change, where the application of these technologies will be entirely appropriate. And we're almost on a level playing field. As you heard from Ambassador Munda, the majority of the research for these sorts of things emanates from universities, small businesses, and startups. And so governments recognize when it comes to public-private partnership and investment, stimulating that research end gives you the best return on investment. And you only have to look at Singapore for the success of that. Creating intellectual property on shore that ultimately you can turn into product and export is now plausible in this era over the timescale of the next 20 years. But it is a question of focusing on research and development, for which Pakistan is very well placed with a great technical education system and the aerospace city at Camera building up that core of understanding of how to do these things. Do not be beguiled into thinking that aerospace production itself is for much longer going to be a human activity. That will be replaced by robots. So young people need to read digital science, because we're going to be very short of the coders and programmers for that sort of production. But research and development is where the opportunities are.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
I'm Air Chief Marshal Abbas Khattak, and my observation or question relates to something that has been already said. The President talked about injustice, or in fact, injustice, immorality, which is what I think governs the world order today. I just want to add to that the marked erosion of values as we see it in the West, and particularly in the United States of America. And now I refer to the criminal silence that we've witnessed insofar as the situation in Kashmir is concerned, except for some muted responses. We also feel that the United States government's policies are not only influenced by, totally controlled by the most powerful lobby that you have, the Israeli lobby. Can you crystal ball the ability of this particular lobby to diminish in the future so that justice and morality prevail in the future? Thank you.
I would take another question before I... Yes, please, go ahead. Can I ask the gentleman at the back who raised the hand first? Yes, please.
Warm greetings to everyone. I am journalist Ali Jabir from Associated Press of Pakistan. I had a general question to the worthy panelists. Do our strategic geographical position is challenging to the new world order, and what kind of role the global powers can play when our neighboring countries like India and Afghanistan, not the countries, their political elites are not that welcoming and forthcoming for peace in the region? And what kind of capabilities do India and Pakistan has in such situations where a country like Pakistan, who rendered huge sacrifices in war against terror, we have won that war against terror in this region, will the global powers would let awry such a strategic partner and a country at the hands of Hindutva fanatics who are relentlessly conspiring, fighting and chanting against Pakistan to bring this region into a chaos? What role and responsibility do the global powers had to respond to the outcry of Kashmiri people who have been not responded that much vibrantly from the global community? Your comments, please. Thank you.
I will request Ambassador Manta to answer the first question. Ambassador Manta, will you answer the first question too? And then I will request Ambassador Jalani to take the second question, sir.
Very good. On the first question, I would only ask that you look at the context in the world. America is not an autocracy. China is an autocracy. Russia is an autocracy. Turkey is an autocracy. Hungary is an autocracy. America is still a democracy. So even though it is a failed democracy, perhaps I didn't make my point clear, we always aspire to more than we achieve. We still do believe in these values. And so I do hope that in the context of looking at the way the world works, the lines in front of the embassy is looking to move are not all moving to Hungary, to Turkey, to Russia, even to China. And so I am proud as an American that we are honest about our mistakes, and I'm proud to compare us to those countries who have given up on even trying to be democratic, to even trying to have a debate about foreign policy. These questions you mentioned about the so-called criminal silence on Kashmir, as I mentioned before, I personally disagree with it. So I agree with you that more should be said about what is happening in Kashmir. There are human rights groups much stronger in the United States than even in Islamabad that are talking about this kind of thing in the international press. You find them in New York, you find them in California. You unfortunately do not find them in the halls of power in Washington. And I'm sorry that that is the case. I hope that in our political debates that this issue will come up again, and that we and our allies throughout the world will bring attention to that, as we bring attention, as I mentioned, to other egregious violations of human rights that happen in other countries as well. And I would add that I hope that in Pakistan, you don't have a problem of what I would call transference, where you don't look at the issues at home, which are serious, because you are too excited about the issues next door. Kashmir is very important, but Kashmir cannot be a replacement for the domestic issues, the questions about blasphemy laws, the questions about domestic reform, the questions about inequality here. All good countries should be as much self-critical as they are of others. I think it's a healthy thing to do. Finally, you talk about the Israeli lobby. There is a tendency in the United States for lobbyists, especially lobbyists with money, to gain more power rather than less. So it's bad news for the question you raised. The Supreme Court decision in 2010, which allowed for more money being influential in politics, is, in my opinion, an unfortunate development, and we have a real fight ahead to try to fight the power of money in politics in the United States. And if we're not honest with ourselves, this is just going to become worse. So the question of lobbies in general in the United States is a very serious one, and it's one that our candidates are arguing about in the United States. I only hope that that leads to some real reforms in the years to come.
Well, with regard to Kashmir situation, I would say that it was a major miscalculation on India's part, because it thought that they would be able to retrieve the situation within the shortest possible time, without realizing that the Kashmir struggle is going on for the last more than 73 years after independence. And even prior to that, the Kashmiris wanted Azadi, independence. But I think with regard to the current situation, as I mentioned in my remarks, India's image has been greatly tarnished. The situation, it has been tarnished because of, the Kashmir-related action of 5th August 2019, and plus the kind of things that it introduced within India with regard to Citizenship Amendment Act. But then if you look at the kind of discussions which have taken place in the media as well as in various parliaments around the world, that also reflects the kind of concern that is being expressed all over. You mentioned about the silence by the Western governments. I would say that the Western countries may be silent because of the strategic reasons that they have, but at the same time, they are feeling increasingly awkward to defend India's case. And one very important development which took place only yesterday was the action taken by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights when they filed a petition in the Indian Supreme Court to become a party to what India has done in respect of what's going on within India. So these are some very important developments. We also need to realize that India has not been able to suppress the Kashmiri struggle despite the induction of large number of troops. Certainly, they will not be able to do so in years to come. Kashmiris are certainly prepared for this kind of eventuality, and they are not going to give up their struggle that they are waging for the last many, many years. Thank you.
I will have the last two questions. I'm sorry, I do not want to interrupt or finish this wonderful discussion, but we are running against time. So I would request Air Marshal Shafiq, and then there's a lady, yeah. And then I accept you. The lady first. Air Marshal Shafiq, then the lady, and then you.
My introduction is already there. Air Marshal Shafiq Haider. Question is that this morning there's been no mention of the European Union. So it's probably a neglect that they rightly deserve, but are they not expected to play any role in the challenge and responses that you listed this morning? And also, that in order to cope with the challenges of the future, we all point towards lack of good leadership. Our ability to be able to elect good leaders and the failures that we see around us, we invariably and largely blame on the quality of leadership that we have at the international level. So that ought to be seen as a major challenge. And can you suggest any responses to that challenge also?
The lady, you please.
Thank you, Chair. I am Saima Mansal. I work with the Center for International Strategic Studies, Islamabad. My question actually emanates from the discussion that happened when the President stated that we need to put away this strategic chessboard and start thinking differently. And some of the sentiments that were resonated in Ambassador Munter's talk when he stated that Pakistan can be a regional power and also that we need to break out of the old patterns. Now my question is to Ambassador Inamul Haq. I do feel that Pakistan has break out from the patterns. We see that there is talk of regional peace at a time when there is divisiveness in our neighborhood, both on the eastern and the western side. But to come to my question, what I want to ask is, what are the three or maybe some of the preeminent things that Pakistan needs to do? Is it a failing of the soft power of Pakistan, that although we are doing our part, the best part in terms of being a regional player, but we have not been able to project it ably? So your comments on that. Thank you.
And the last question of this session, please.
I am Air Vice Marshal Mughis, Director General Security, Pakistan Air Force. Thank you, Excellency Cameron Munter, on a very excellent discourse on way forward to Pakistan. Afghanistan is burning since last 4 decades, with over about 20 years of presence of US in Afghanistan. The flames of this fire are being felt in Pakistan since last 4 decades now, and they are very severe. And they have damaged the peace and stability in Pakistan. So if there is a country in the world that needs peace more than anyone in Afghanistan, is Pakistan. The drawdown process has already been announced. The peace deal already been signed. What, in your opinion, could be a tangible way forward that the peace agreement, the drawdown, and the handing over of power to Afghanistan on a very systematic way so that Afghanistan is not pushed back to what it was in the 90s? Thank you, sir.
Ambassador Munter and then Ambassador Inam.
On this final question, I think one of the things that is an important point you raise is that the suffering from the Afghan war has not been limited to those in Afghanistan. It's also had an impact on Pakistan. It's had an impact on all of those people who have been refugees here, etc. The way I think forward is twofold. One is psychological, that everyone who has taken part in this, and this includes the Americans, but it also includes the Pakistanis, the Iranians, the other Uzbeks, the other neighbors. Everyone, I hope, will try, once the fire goes down, to give an assessment of what they have done wrong. That is, to do a self-assessment. What kind of mistakes have we made? It's very easy to come together in a meeting like this and try to catalog the mistakes that the others have made. I think the real value would be to say, what have we done wrong? And if we look at our interests, our Pakistani, our Afghan interests, what can we do right? So I hope that there is this exercise going on in all these countries. That is, it's an intangible thing. The actual agreement and how this works has many people very nervous because of the precedent of what happened in 1990. People are afraid of a repeat of the descent into chaos once the Soviets left. So I hope that at least what will happen is that there will be a consciousness of trying to avoid historical mistakes, historical institutional decisions or non-decisions that took place that made the problems get worse in Afghanistan after the Soviet pullout. So I don't have a real concrete roadmap. I don't even think anyone has a real concrete roadmap. But A, I just hope the attitude is that there will be reflection on all sides, what we have done wrong. And second, a memory of historical analogy that prevents us, we hope, from making the obvious mistakes that we made in the past.
May I ask you, sir, to answer the two questions remaining?
Thank you. First, Air Marshal Shafiq correctly pointed out that not much reference had been made to the Western Union, to the European Union. I think the general feeling was that when we use the word Western countries, it also includes the European Union. Secondly, there are two aspects to European Union or to European relationships with the United States. One is, of course, the economic power of the European Union, which is considerable and which needs to be used, to my mind, more effectively by the members of the European Union to promote their political strength also. Unfortunately, they have not done so far. I hope that the European Union can act as a community and exercise its economic clout for the benefit of the rest of the world. The second part is the role of NATO in world affairs. And since the United States has, in a way, led NATO all along, and NATO was a bargain between the European countries and the United States of security in return for support, political support. The United States has always led NATO in all conflicts and warlike situations, and European Union has meekly followed along. They have not really presented a separate or a different outlook on international conflicts than that given by the United States. Perhaps that is why European Union is not mentioned that often in international discussions. Your second question was lack of good leadership. Why is there a lack of good leadership? Is it the fault of the electorates that they do not elect the correct people? I think it's primarily because of the issues that are highlighted during election campaigns. In recent years, the extreme right has come to power or has gained strength in many West European countries because of the issue of migration and the fear that has been created in the Western countries that these migrants will create disorder in the ordered world of Europe. That is why there is a reaction to the migration of Syrians, Afghanis, Libyans, and others who have been forced to leave their homes. If the emotive issues are allowed to play a role in elections, unfortunately, reactionary leaders will come into power, as we have seen in recent years. I do not really have a solution for that. It's for each country to decide what kind of leadership it wants to see controlling its affairs. And no foreign country can really interfere in that process. The question raised by the lady from the ISSI was that Pakistan is probably breaking out of the process or the culture or the pattern of the past and is now playing or seeking to play a role of a mediator or a peacemaker in the region. That is correct. But let me be quite blunt about it. A country's role as a mediator or as a peacemaker is assessed by others in accordance with the internal strength of that country. Its economic strength, its military prowess may be strong, but if it is not economically strong, it suffers from internal instability and it suffers from problems of governance that reflects itself in its efforts to bring about peace in the region. A country which is not at peace with itself in terms of a contented population, in terms of a population which is moving towards economic development and economic well-being, can hardly go to the world to suggest to them that they should have peace with each other. Secondly, we have had our bilateral problems in the region also, which we have not been able to resolve. And until such time as we resolve our bilateral problems, it will be difficult for us to play the role of a mediator in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hate to finish this session. There's such fantastic discussion going on, but every good thing must come to an end. There are so many takeaways from this session. Perhaps what caught my attention was that what Ambassador Manta mentioned, that old world is fading and the new yet not taking shape. We are, and also what Ambassador Jilani said, that the future holds daunting challenges for Pakistan. It is all up to us to think where this world is heading and what we need as Pakistanis to do to handle these challenges. I must thank on your behalf and behalf of everybody at CAS, our three prominent and distinguished panelists, Ambassador Manta, Ambassador Inam, and Ambassador Jilani. Thank you very much, sir.
May I now request President CAS, Air Chief Marshal Kaleem Sadat, to present the souvenirs to our distinguished speakers of the first session. I request Ambassador Cameron Munter to please accept the souvenir. I request Ambassador Inamul Haq to please accept the souvenir. I request Ambassador Jalil Abbas Jalani to accept the souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, the second session of the seminar will start at 14:15 hours. Thank you for your wholehearted participation, and I request you all to please proceed for the lunch.